Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be. Hope you're doing well. We're going to get going here in just a minute or two. Hey, did I tell you, you rock my universe? That you're the best. You're a powerful force in the universe. All right. Do. Just a couple more things to organize here on my desk before we get going. I hope system update is treating you good. I was having some problems with it there for a bit. I think they're all the problems are mostly worked out, but so I guess we have some exciting stuff to look forward to with System Update 3. The folks in the beta are already talking about it. We're going to have a manual cache again, right? That's nice. Okay. There we are at the top of the hour. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat mannered, T. Tuthill was compelled to become Kineas, a Skydude. Oh, that's me, Kineas the Skydude. I don't want to say the Skydude. There's so many Skydudes out there, and dudettes. Okay. I've got Bushtalk Radio reloaded. I blew it out of the community folder. It wasn't working. I don't know what. Maybe something weird toggled with System Update 2. I'm not really sure. But it didn't want to work, so blew it out, downloaded whatever the latest one was. I don't know that there was any difference either way. It's working just fine again. So that's great. So we're logged in here, and as you can see, well, maybe it hasn't registered where we're at exactly. Anyway, this is a Medevac mission. And it's in the Pilatus. Now, I don't really have much time in this, and it looks a lot like the TBM, so I've got my fingers crossed that it doesn't go too badly and we don't hurt our patient. Okay, so this should be about 2 hours, 483 miles, and still couldn't find any flights that were going to take us over into Russia or China or either way, that way. So it looks like we're actually headed south back towards Anchorage. Not towards, to Anchorage, I guess. Lovely artwork for that one. I haven't done a Medevac in a while. Normally they're like 6 hours long. Well, it looks like I've got a new jumper. That doesn't look like me at all, but that's the closest one I could find. Remove chocks, remove engine cover, remove pitot cover. Okay. We got the pitot on this side? Yeah. Everything should be running in 3840 by 2160 4K.
Hi, Captain. Happy to work with you and Dr. Reyes. I've heard about our patient's case. Glad to play my part in today's mission.
This is interesting. What an interesting cockpit.
Pre-flight check. You can send the patient. Acknowledged boarding the patient.
My computer specs are in the description. An AMD 7800X3D and a 7080 Ti Super. Let's bring this baby to life. I think we are set to live weather, not 100.
Everything before departure.
We will.
Our patient today is Ryan, 35 years old. Acute asthma attack near Manulac Health Center. Asthmatic shock which needs to be treated ASAP.
Wow.
We are accompanied by Amy, Ryan's mom.
Ryan's conscious but in shock and very anxious. So baby this one, please.
Yeah, of course. Poor guy. Getting more Star Trek looking every day. They're never wearing their seatbelts. And they don't have them strapped in. I would want to be strapped in. Folks, I'm lying down on an airplane. You better put those seatbelts on. All right, well, let's take a good look at this cockpit. Very different. There's our radios. Transponder. Okay. Nav radio, comm radio. MFDs, our layout. And our home screen. Direct to. So where is the flight plan? You have this thing, a bunch of buttons on the side, but this is a touchscreen flight plan. But that's not the whole thing. Destination. Where is... Let's go to the EFB and make sure that they, the flight plan came over. Send avionics. Activate. I don't know that it was in there. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Yeah, this is a very different layout. Some things, you know, are kind of in the right spot. Looks like we've got redundant radio controls up here. Nav 1, Nav 2, DME. Our markers. Autopilot. Yeah. You can have all flight level change, auto throttle, nav heading, approach, bank limiter. Don't see a yaw damper. There it is, yaw damper. Push barometer. I'd really like to be able to pull up the full flight plan. Like in that page. Take off, climb. Cool, VR, VX, VY, VT. What a nice plane. I understand why people like it. All right, we're in Alaska and it's been cold. I'm going to go ahead and turn that probes on right now. Ice protection. Inertial separator. Should be open on takeoff. Ice protection propeller. Boots. What is boots? Boots in 1 minute, 3 minutes. Off. That inactive, there's 3 minutes then. No. Up. No. Down. Okay. Assuming that's 3 minutes. Landing gear. I would still like to be able to see a direct 2 in case we have to do that, but I don't. What I'm looking for is what's on the EFB in the flight plan. And again, I don't know this one enough to now know where. Let's see, the range. Will that control that screen? No. Oof, got stuff everywhere. What I was hoping to see was the whole route, like here. Okay, so if I go to this and I zoom out, okay, here I can see my full flight plan. Okay, can I raise this up? No, up. I wish we could make this bigger. By the way, you see the flight plan. Okay, we're taking off. We're going to WLK, Wilk. Then they have us go up north. They have us doing a lot of zigzagging in this one. I don't really understand it. It's definitely not a direct 2. Because all of a sudden we're going south. Then they want us to turn north. Then they want us to turn south. Then we kind of turn north to UTO. Then we turn south again. And then here we turn south again. And then we do our approach, proto, Tom, hard, handsy, and runway 15. This is an ILS flight, or can be. I'm sorry, an IFR with an ILS landing. That's what I meant. And here is the ILS chart. Okay, so if we wanted to use RNAV approach, here's the RNAV approach. There's Croto. But we'll go ahead and give it a shot and see if we can do a ILS approach in this baby. See if we can figure it out. So again, there's card. Some probably Croto. Card, Pansy, so Johan. Really, where's Croto? Big Lake. Psh, Big Lake. Dong, where's Grandpa's car? Psh, Big Lake. I don't even know. This is going to be interesting. Unless the computer doing the Sendy avionics does put all the things in there. It's like, wow, where do I put my ILS frequency in this thing? I have enough time in flight to figure a lot of this stuff out, I suppose. We might as well just get to it. Poor guy's going to pass out from asthma back there.
Papa Alpha Oscar Tango traffic. Ken India Mike Sierra 1919er is taxiing to runway 9er.
Our inertial separator.
Alpha Oscar Tango traffic.
Dang. This baby's got power. I'm in idle. Hey there. Hey, I'm taxiing here. Man, this thing's got power. Like I said, I'm in idle. She wants to go. Gotta keep her under control. Gonna get a speed ticket. So it's been fun being up here at the top of the world. Every flight, though, it's been wanting to kill us, icing up, sending us out in Cessnas with no icing equipment on it whatsoever. We do get a little bit more money. They give us bad weather pay, which is kind of nice, but man, icing up in a Cessna is no fun. Anyway, if you need medical treatment too, strap in. Let's get you to Anchorage.
Papa Alpha Oscar Tango traffic. Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er. Taking off runway 9er. Departure to the east. Papa Alpha Oscar Tango traffic.
Good, no wind I see there. Long way to go, that could change. Oh yeah, so watching somebody's video earlier and they're like, we're gonna get manual cache back in system update 3 or whatever. They're doing the beta for system update 3 now. Hey, if you didn't know, there's a new Nvidia driver out as of yesterday, the 19th. Yeah. So there was one the day of or right before system update 2, and then this one today. Okay. Do we need to do anything else other than take off? Nope. Let's go ahead and try to set some things here, like 10,000 feet. I don't know, the EFB said something like 23,000 feet. Yeah, 23,000 feet. Okay. There's 21. That's fast. I like it. There's 23. I like it. Okay. See if we got some indicators for these things. Yay, it indicates. I want the bank limiter on. We do want to follow nav at some point. Auto throttle, huh? Do we want that engaged at takeoff or not? I don't know. Vertical speed, flight level change, alt VNAV. I'm not used to having a VNAV in a smaller aircraft. Just get up in the air.
No takeoff.
No takeoff? How about a yes takeoff? Boy, that Heart Aerospace yesterday. First time flying that thing and nothing but aircraft engine malfunction. What is up with that aircraft? I have got to watch a professional at that because I have no idea what I was doing wrong. It was like being in the Archer, just constant engine malfunctions. We're not. Okay, I was gonna say we're not going very fast. We actually are.
No takeoff.
Yeah, we have to take off, Ben. I know you don't like it, but
Ralph Fiennes Memorial Airport, PAOT, is a state-owned public-use airport located on the south side of Kotzebue, a city on the Baldwin Peninsula in the northwest Arctic borough of the U.S. state of Alaska. Facilities and aircraft. Ralph Fiennes Memorial Airport covers an area of 1,480 acres which contains 2 runways. Runway 927 has...
Where's the other one at? I see one.
Measuring 6,300 by 150 feet and runway 1830.
Oh, I see it. Does it go out that way?
Surface measuring 3,876 feet. For the 12-month period ending April 11, 2008, the airport had 59,860 aircraft operations.
Dang.
Average of 164 per day, 62% general aviation, 33% air taxi, 3% scheduled commercial and 2% military. There are 52 aircraft based at this airport, 77% single engine and 23% multi-engine.
Well, we definitely know Bushtalk is working now. Give me a moment here. It's 20 minutes after the hour, and you know what that means. It means I have to pause for a moment. Set my reality straight. Get my reality. I don't even know what I'm saying. Contact the new control agent. And we'll pause.
Anchorage Center, Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er, is type Pilatus PC-12.
Pilatus.
To Papa Alpha Oscar Tango, 400 feet. Request flight following. Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er, Anchorage Center. Squawk 5575.
Squawk 5575. Kineas, I don't know what we are today. Kineas what? Whatever.
Squawk 5575. Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er. Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er.
India Mike Sierra 1919er.
Tango, 1,900 feet. Altimeter 2990.
2990. That is correct.
Roger. Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er.
All right, let's try this autopilot. Put a little nose up trim here so don't fall. Autopilot. Where's the main? Turn you on. Where's the main turn on the autopilot button? There it is. All the way over there. Okay, autopilot. Do a flight level change. Oh, that's only 22,300 feet. Yeah, that's not good. Uh-oh.
Kin India Mike Sierra 1919er is cleared to Anchorage Airport as filed. Squawk 5575.
Squawk 5575. Trying to get back up to the right altitude. 18, 19, 20. Still pretty fast. Okay. Flaps, make sure that they're all the way up. Up. Amazon. Banks on. Now the auto throttle, I'm not real sure. But I'll go ahead and turn it on. And I don't know if you need VNav on with nav. What do you know? You're an expert at this plan. Would you let me know? It sure is nice having power. I love flying the Cessna, but I would really like to get a Cessna 172 with like a beefy engine. It's probably not, they probably have it, you know, a different model. I just don't know enough about the Cessna model, you know. It could be a Cessna 180 or I don't know. But basically 172 with a Super Sport engine. Just more power. Reach 23,000 feet. Fly to Wilk.
You'll see, Ryan, Providence Alaska Medical Center has state-of-the-art equipment. Everything is planned for your arrival, and the medical crew will take good care of you.
But yeah, I wanted to check the auto throttle. What's it doing? 140. By 575. Probably don't need the inertia. What are we at? 14,000. We don't need the inertial separator on. Average ground speed 157 knots. What a lovely plane. What a really nice plane.
Ryan will get a full medical workup at the hospital, so don't worry, Amy. Thanks for your help. Sorry for any trouble I might have caused. I'm just scared for him.
That's natural. Uh-oh. It didn't like me doing that. What did I just came out to cabin pressure. We have a cabin pressure. These should all be on. And did we just break autopilot? What's going on?
The rolling is rough on the patient.
What the hell just happened?
Captain?
Well, I'd really like to know what happened. Wow, what's going on? That's why you need your seatbelts, folks. Wow. So changing it to, well, yeah, I don't doubt it. Try to turn the autopilot off and recover here.
Captain, please adjust your pitch to alleviate the patient's
I have no control. I have no control. You think you're in distress?
Ryan to the nearest hospital, please.
Oh, come on, plane. Come on, get up. It doesn't want to get up. Wow, it's unrecoverable. I don't know what happened. So I switched to external camera, as you saw there, and as soon as I switched to external camera, I got the pressure thing, so we came back in to look at the pressure thing, and all of a sudden she flipped over and was unrecoverable. The autopilot was still engaged. Nothing should have changed, so I really don't know. Oh, that's going to be a horrible, 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 horrible hit. And we killed everybody. The joys of flying something new. But that's also the danger. Being confident, I can fly anything. But I really don't know what happened there. Wow. Hopefully the mission is still available. I'd like to try it again. No, it's not. I should have aborted before that happened, so we could have got it again. Oh, I'm a dummy. This one goes to Juneau. It's 3 hours though. Oh, that's painful. But I really like to know what the heck just happened. Why did it break autopilot? And man, I took it out of autopilot, reduced the thrust. I didn't look to think for a speed brake, but I couldn't get out of the spin no matter what I did. And she wouldn't nose up and putting everything I have into trim up. That didn't work either. I just couldn't break the spin. I tried going with it, go with it. And then I tried going against it. I couldn't do anything. Oh, that's a real drag. You had all the trouble to create the cover art and everything for this episode, and then 31 minutes into it. Wow. I'm gonna get back into that Pilatus, I think, for this one and try this. Even though it's 3 hours, I can skip, but this makes me mad. But I've got to figure out what it was. What is it? Why did it do that? Unless it's using a different, I don't know, defaulted to different joystick control setup or keyboard setup, and hitting the going to external camera toggled something. So that's the first thing we should probably check. The Pilatus. I've noticed a big lag here. I've never had lag in my control settings before. Like this, going from one keyboard preset to another. Just even this lag right here, I've never had this lag before. I know it's not a big deal, but we'll use the TBM 90 setup. Pilatus. And we should probably check and see if there's anything tied to the external camera. Increase autopilot reference airspeed. So I don't know if that, no, that's control insert, not just insert. So I went to this camera mode here. Could it have been a pressure thing? We got that pressure warning.
Captain, just to confirm, you have all the information you need for the flight.
Mm-hmm.
Today we're taking back home Mr. Michael Corbus, 30 years old, treated for acute asthma while on vacation.
These are all on.
We are accompanied by Michael's colleague.
Michael's conscious but in shock and very anxious. So baby this one, please.
Papa Alpha Oscar Mike traffic, Kin India Mike Sierra 9041 tree is taxiing to runway 28. Papa Alpha Oscar Mike traffic.
Where is the pressure? Yeah, expected to be down there. Oxygen. Udda. That's just oxygen. Is that the pressurization? Prop low speed. Cool. Oh, I don't see speed brake. Battery 1, 2, battery off. Battery 1, battery 1. Huh.
Alpha Oscar Mike traffic, Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree. Taking off runway 28, east departure, Papa Alpha Oscar Mike traffic.
So they want us 23,000 feet again for this one. So, huh. All right. Let's put the yaw damper back on. I want nav on. No. It says no. Okay. Let's see if we need to send this back to avionics. Yep. Hey, what are you doing? That guy just drove into us. Like, you should have taken off already. But that still doesn't turn on nav. Are we in F? Are we in the right? Hit activate. There, nav comes on. Well, again, only way to do it is to try it again. Figure out what I did wrong. We're not supposed to be going this way. Are we? No. Uh-huh.
The Nome Gold Rush was a gold rush in Nome, Alaska, approximately 1899 to 1909. It is separated from other gold rushes by the ease with which gold could be obtained. Much of the gold was lying in the beach sand of the landing place and could be recovered without any need for a claim. Nome was a seaport without a harbor, and the biggest town in Alaska. Together with the Klondike Gold Rush and Fairbanks Gold Rush, Nome was among the biggest gold rushes north of 60 degrees latitude on the North American continent. It shared prospectors with both Klondike and later rushes like Fairbanks. It is memorialized in films like North to Alaska. Nome City still exists and the area is mined as Nome Mining District and by tourists. Total production of gold from the area is estimated to be 112 metric tons.
Nome. Some lovely mountains back there. Heck of a cool place to go for some gold. Brr.
Anchorage Center, Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree is type Pilatus PC 12, 2 miles west of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 2,400 feet. Request flight following.
Captain, the patient's condition is impacted by your maneuvers. Please be gentler.
Kin India Mike Sierra 9er 41.
That's funny, I have it on bank limiter.
Squawk 4114. Kin India Mike Sierra 9er 41 tree. Radar contact.
It's not giving me enough time to respond either.
Alpha Oscar Mike, 3,300 feet. Altimeter 29er.
Well, the autopilot's working. What? It just... What? We didn't get any chance to respond.
Kin India Mike Sierra 9er 41 tree, 2 miles southwest of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 4,000 feet. Request IFR to Juneau. Ready to copy. Kin India Mike Sierra 9er 41 tree is cleared to Juneau Airport as filed. Squawk 4114.
Squawk 4114.
Kin India Mike Sierra 9er 41 tree cleared to Juneau Airport as filed. Squawk 4114.
Nome is a city in the Nome census area in the unorganized borough of the U.S. state of Alaska. The city is located on the southern Seward Peninsula coast on Northern Sound of the Bering Sea. It had a population of 3,699 recorded in the 2020 census, up from 3,598 in 2010. Nome was incorporated on April 9, 1901.
Turn
It was
right
once the
heading
most populous city
070.
in Alaska.
Proceed on course.
Nome lies
Climb
within
and
the
maintain
region of the
flight
Bering
level
States
290.
Native Corporation,
Kin India
which is
Mike Sierra
headquartered in
9er
Nome.
41 tree.
In prehistory, Nome was home to Inupiat natives. The area came to Western attention in 1898, when 3 Nordic Americans discovered gold on the ocean shores of Nome, prompting the Nome Gold Rush. Within a year, the city went from non-existent to a population of some 10,000. Gold mining continued to attract settlers into the early 1900s, but the city's population had fallen considerably by 1910. A series of fires and violent storms destroyed most of Nome's Gold Rush-era buildings between 1905 and 1974. In the winter of 1925, a diphtheria epidemic raged among Alaska natives in the Nome area. Fierce territory-wide blizzard conditions prevented the delivery of a life-saving diphtheria antitoxin serum by airplane from Anchorage. A relay of dog sled teams was organized to deliver the serum, which was successfully led by...
Okay, went back out into external mode.
The Iditarod dog sled race follows the same route they took and ends in Nome. In the 21st century, Nome's economy remains based around gold mining, which is now mostly carried out offshore. The city of Nome also claims to be home to the world's largest gold pan, although this claim has been disputed by the Canadian city of Quesnel, British Columbia.
Like, we've got a bigger pan than you. What are you talking about?
The hardest part is behind us, Michael. Almost there.
I don't think the oxygen and the pressure are the same thing. I really don't. We're gonna know soon enough. There's 13,000 feet. Feather inhibit. Up. That's cool. It's got a little USB connector there. Nice. Tablet must be upright. Holder must be stowed. Yeah, did not see anything up here for pressure.
Sorry to bother you.
Here's where we got it again earlier. Cabin pressure.
Fine. You can close them now if you feel it helps.
Cabin pressure. Okay, let's give me a moment. Let me go over to the internet and see if I can find anything on it. Pressure. Do. Pilatus. Set the ACS bleed air and CPS system mode, switch to auto. Check the MFD's environment page periodically to confirm everything is running smoothly. Consider using an add-on that provides a solution for the pressure. An add-on that provides a solution for the pressurization issue in the default Pilatus. In Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. You put yourself in danger of hypoxia. Oxygen is on. We've got that on. All right, what did that say up there? Set the ACS bleed. We were just looking at that. It is an auto, isn't it? It says set the ACS bleed to auto. It's an auto. And the CPCS system mode. There is no auto. It's only climb or descent. Maybe we can switch that. No. Auto. System mode. Cabin pressure. Auto. System mode. That one won't open. That clear the error? That may have done it. $19,000. This is where we died last time. Right after that. Cabin pressure issue. She went into an uncontrollable dive and I couldn't get it out no matter what I was doing. A dive and a spin. Unrecoverable. We had plenty of height. Which I don't understand. I killed the engines. There's no speed brake on the thing. Tried using all the trim and everything I could. Either go with the spin or go against the spin. Just wasn't happening. So that may be it then. Right there is... You've got to make sure that's set to auto. Afraid to click it now. End up putting us dumping it or something. This I don't know. It looks like that's in-op. That's in-op. They said that's supposed to be an auto and that was defaulted to auto.
If you feel any turbulence, don't worry, it's normal.
No, we got it again. Cabin pressure. Oh, that makes me mad. I can't imagine that they would release a plane. I mean, I can't believe that they're like, you've got to get an add-on to fix the pressure problem for this default plane. I can't imagine. Well, I can, I guess, with 2024 and all in a Sobo. But I don't like to believe that they haven't fixed that. So again, we'll just keep an eye on it. Again, this is right around after getting this error, this warning. The plane flipped out, fell out of the sky.
Cabin.
Yeah, cabin pressure. Now we're in the red.
Cabin.
That's dump. That's auto. That's inhibit. ACS bleed air. Auto. Let's inhibit that. Try that. Pressurization Fix is a Microsoft Flight Simulator mod created by the Rampant Goat. This fix is for the pressurization problem with the default Pilatus PC-12. Works for career mode and allows the plane to operate at flight level 1800 and above without the cabin pressurization bug. The pressurization system does not work on the PC-12. There is zero display on cabin differential or cabin altitude, all dashed out. That oxygen lever is just for show. So the only other solution then to avoid it altogether would be to go to 1918. A decrease 10,000 feet.
Anchorage Center, Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Request flight level 190.
Now we got an engine warning.
Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Descend and maintain flight level 190. Descend and maintain flight level 190. Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Cruising, Doctor. You okay?
Received. Thanks for keeping the flight steady.
As the plane begins a steep dive, engine NG.
Straight away, Doctor.
We need to keep a stable cabin pressure to ensure accurate readings. Plus, you have to keep that plane level and altitude steady. Captain, we need you to maintain constant altitude and horizontal orientation during the tests, please.
Unbelievable that it's so aggressive.
As I said, please fly smooth or we won't be able to test the patient.
I hear ya. I'm just trying to figure this plane out. Stand by.
Captain, patient's having problems that we can't address. We need to reroute to the nearest hospital now.
Okay. Let's restart. So, what I'm going to do then this time is I'm not going to take us above 18,000. I'm going to see if I can force the EFB in the flight plan. And that way we don't have a cabin pressurization issue. So if they're saying it's a bug that we can't get through, and we can't, there's without an add-on, and that's ridiculous. So maybe again, the other alternative too is keep it at 18,000. Crazy stuff.
Captain, just to confirm you have all the information you need for the flight. Today we're taking back home Mr. Michael Corbaz, 30 years old, treated for acute asthma while on vacation. We are accompanied by Michael's colleague.
Michael's conscious but in shock and very anxious. So baby this one, please.
We'll set to 17. So send to avionics and send to air traffic control, 17,000 feet. Okay, 17,000 feet. Surprised that bank limiter doing a flight level change didn't do squat. Probably better to set it for a flight level change or a vertical speed. Yaw damper back on. Flight director. What is this here? Left, right.
Papa Alpha Oscar Mike traffic. Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree. Taking off runway 28. Departure to the east. Papa Alpha Oscar Mike traffic. Anchorage Center, Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree, is type Pilatus PC-12, 2 miles west of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 600 feet. Request flight following. Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree, Anchorage Center, squawk 72 tree 2. Squawk 72 tree 2, Kin India, Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree. Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree. Radar contact 3 miles west of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 1,900 feet. Altimeter 2988.
How do you... Oh, there it is, the up and down. So if I put it vertical speed, Where's the readout? How do I know how much? Up,
India,
up,
Mike Sierra
up.
941 tree. Did you copy?
Right,
Roger.
right.
India, Mike Sierra 941 tree.
Now. Have to activate. All right. Still put on the bank limiter. Now, how do I tell how much I'm going up or down in a vertical speed? Down. Down, down.
Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree is cleared to Juneau Airport as filed. Squawk 72 tree 2.
Okay, let me turn. Great. Let me turn off vertical speed. Hit. Vertical speed. Where's my readout?
Captain, the patient's condition is impacted by your maneuvers.
Look at how crappy it is. That bank limiter is dog poop. Dog poop. And again, I can't. There's
Movements disturb the patient, especially at high speed, so do what you can.
and again, there's nothing that I can see here that is telling me my vertical speed up or down. See, down, down, down.
Stall. Stall.
You just have to follow the flight director, I guess, on the pitch. Interesting. Okay.
Anchorage Center, Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Request flight level 190. Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Climb and maintain flight level 190.
Upping your
Climb
payments,
and maintain
Michael.
flight level
You'll feel better
190.
soon.
Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Anchorage Center, Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Request 17,000 feet. Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Climb and maintain 17,000 feet.
Okay.
Climb
So we've got that taken care of.
17,000 feet. Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree.
So again, if you find yourself in this plane, if you go above 18,000 feet, you're going to get this cabin pressurization warning, which isn't going to help you at all. And it says you need to stay under 18,000 feet to not have it happen. Or it seems you might have to download a mod by somebody to fix this plane. That's derpy. So they're saying the oxygen over here is it just for show, doesn't do anything. Setting your ACS bleed to auto. and your cabin pressure to auto does nothing. So that's dump the cabin pressure. Now the cabin pressure is set to auto. That's ACS inhibit. That's auto.
Where's your pain at, Michael? Michael, can you hear me? Michael? If you hear me, squeeze my hand.
Generator 2 off. I don't see anything up here at the moment which would, you know, like affect the bleed at all. It needs to be on. Well, I guess they're in auto. Fine. We should be good now.
Are there any concerns or update about my colleague's status? As we said, we're monitoring closely for any signs. So far, we're pretty confident.
And according to his latest post on Facebook, he's single, Sagittarius, and likes taking long walks on the beach. How's that for a status on your colleague? Hey! Oh, hey! I'm sorry, guys. As usual, I'm dealing with all of my problems in the damn simulator today, and missing what's going on in the chat room, and Max is in the chat room, and Henning is in the chat room. And Henning says, Max, he is really live, but sometimes he forgets to check the stream. Doing fine, just wasn't able to go flying this weekend because you were sick. But the 3 packages of medication made it easier to pass. Good. I see I've been chatting for a while and he hasn't been replying, so I was starting to think this was pre-recorded. Nah, I've been watching him for over a year, and all I can say is that sadly there's not a lot of people stopping by, so sometimes he just doesn't check the chat. Yes. 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 But as you can see, I had a good reason for not checking the chat. What? Are we climbing beyond 29 or 88? Let's try that. Yeah, the first 2988. 17.6. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, the altitude blew out.
In India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Did you copy?
I did. I've been having lots of problems.
India, Mike Sierra 941 tree.
So I've been having lots of problems. The first time time taking off and we got over 18,000 feet, we had a cabin pressure warning. And then I lost all cabin pressure.
Straight away, doctor.
And then,
Stable cabin pressure to ensure accurate
see, here we go again, cabin pressure problems.
level and altitude steady. Captain, we need you to maintain constant altitude and horizontal orientation during the tests, please.
Can't.
As I said, please fly smooth or we won't be able to test the patient.
Nothing I can do about it. I have to descend. So, I haven't flown this plane before, and I'm having all kinds of problems. We went into an uncontrolled spin, unrecoverable spin.
Sierra 9er 41 Please expedite your descent 17,000 feet.
I'm expediting. So yeah, I lost the first plane. We crashed. I killed everybody. But it wasn't really my fault. There's a bug in this plane why? I don't know why. It's a cabin pressurization bug. But I still am completely uncertain as to why she went into an unrecoverable spin. Nothing I could do about it. And I didn't think to hit the abort key and restart the thing and let it kill us all. So now I'm flying it again to try to figure out, well, what the heck? And I found out that there's this bug that, yeah,
Please update Michael's medical file.
if you go over 18,000 feet, you're going to get this cabin pressurization bug. I've tried doing what they were saying, but checking the ACS status and the CPCS status down here, that does nothing. So we were still getting red warnings that we had no cabin pressurization. They're saying the oxygen switch here is just decoration and it does nothing. And then I might have to download a mod or somebody modded to fix these planes, and that's unacceptable. Either way, I'm keeping it under 18,000 feet so I don't get any pressurization warnings. And I'm sorry again, Max. Talking about the game, right? Not just the real flying. And I'm sorry. I just don't. Oh yeah, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and it sure does seem like a lot of fun. And when you're not having emergencies like I've been having, it is a blast. Even when you're having emergencies, it's still a blast because you're learning, right? And we're always learning. And yes, this is the career mode part of the simulator. And am I in the right? There we go. This is career mode, and I'm doing a Medevac mission here. And there's a lot of fun missions you can do. Lots. Agricultural spraying and point. There's so many different types of career missions you can do. Well, if you end up picking this up, Max,
Just standard procedure.
I am relatively new to all this stuff too. And so I have picked up some of the terminology, but for the most part, I'm pretty new to a lot of this stuff too. But if you ever need help, I could definitely try to help and try to speak a little bit more, I guess, like I used to when I first started, a little bit more down to earth. You're quite welcome. Absolutely. Hey, if I'm not following you, I'm probably not. Let me go to your channel, Max. Cool, Froggy. Right? Cool. So, Max, whenever you post stuff, I should be notified, and I look forward to anything you're posting.
Anchorage Center, Kin India, Mike Sierra 9er 41 tree, 17,000 feet. Kin India, Mike Sierra 9er 41 tree. Anchorage Center, altimeter 2987. Radar contact, continue.
Yeah, it can definitely be confusing. But fun. It's very satisfying. Fulfilling. I bet, but it's flying is something that I wanted to kind of learn since I was a kid, and I'm happy to just learn it in the simulator. Maybe one of these days, maybe I'll try it in the real world. But just being able to do it in the simulator and try to figure these aircraft out has been an absolute blast.
Michael to the hospital in no time.
Thanks. I'm just stressed out.
Yeah, that's how I feel, Max. The more I learn about this, people are like, how come you haven't done this for real? Because the more I learn about it, the more I want to pee my pants. The more I try to do everything right, even in the planes that I am comfortable with, something always goes wrong. And I used to never have a fear of flying, and now I think I do. Too much stuff goes wrong in the real world. Just watch me fly for a couple of days. You'll understand why. Constantly making mistakes. Hey, it's 20 minutes after the hour, and that's part of the problem right there. But I'm old and set in my ways now. But it's 20 minutes after the hour. And I'm in Colorado, so all good here. So yeah, today's my first day really trying to fly this thing. Normally I stick to the aircrafts that I'm more comfortable with, but gotta learn. Yesterday was the Heart Aerospace, blah, blah, blah. And had a hell of a time with that thing too. Couldn't really figure it out. All right, let's look at our flight plan here. We've got this nifty little tablet that you can get called the electronic flight bag.
Used to the adrenaline rush of this job? Hopefully you learn to manage it with experience and it's a part of the job.
All right, so here's our flight plan. Sorry, I can't blow this up. They haven't made this so I can like blow up this whole map screen here. So we'll be flying to Juneau. I've always heard of this place, and I've always heard about Juneau, but this will be my first time going there. By the way, kiddies, have you noticed that I haven't posted an aerobatic video even though I'm talking about it every time? Spent lots of time practicing. I'm finally happy with the results. Well, that, and you said you weren't going to record anymore until you got your spiffy, whatever those glasses are that you can record video. You said you were going to get those glasses, and then you would start recording your videos. The glasses. There's not a D in glasses, dummy. What are they called? They're those new glasses you were talking about that do the recording. Spinning is always pilot error. Therefore, there are two very trained pilots in the cockpit that have the emergency checklist printed into the back of their minds.
BP looks good. HR a bit elevated. Let's keep monitoring it.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't done any acrobatics, but I've actually seen you do plenty of acrobatics when we're flying together. You and Hans fly in circles around me. It's pretty acrobatic. I feel like I'm a flying cow when I'm flying next to you guys. I'm just happy to keep the glider up in the air. So Max, when I fly with these guys, because they're pros, I literally do feel like I'm flying a cow. I'm just doing everything I can to keep the glider up in the air flying. And these guys are like zipping around me. They're flying like 1,000 feet in the air, and then they do these giant loops and they just zip all around me like they're fighter pilots. They have the Zen, man. Burger LOL in the chat room. I hope you don't mind. His real name is Henning. That's so you're like, who's Henning? Who does he keep saying Henning? Henning who? The Ray-Ban Meta glasses that you were talking about. Yeah. Anyway, if you do want to learn how to fly a glider and you pick up Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'm sure that Henning here would be more than happy to help you out with gliding. Sure, and you can say that, and you could teach me that all day long, and you can try to pound that mantra into my head.
Is there anything I can do to make my colleague more comfortable? Just sit tight for now. We've got everything under control.
You could.
Don't worry.
You can get a MyPillow. Have you guys tried MyPillow? Or is that too right wing for you? I would suggest a MyPillow to make him more comfortable. You don't even have a pillow, and you got that bar right against his head. What kind of doctors are you? I'd be sad. How much am I paying for this? And you guys don't have a pillow for me? My head banging against this bar. And then the pilot doesn't know how to fly. He's flopping me all around. I think Max may have stepped out. Very cool, though. Hey, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. That worked out. You were in the chat room right when he was in there. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, you know me. I do like the windows on this thing. This is a very nice plane. Definitely pro. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
The hardest part is behind us, Michael.
It is.
Almost there.
No, we're not even close to almost there. You're lying to him, Doctor. That's cool. So touch screens in this thing. Flight plan. Missed approach, constraints, aeronautical. Cool. Airports, VORs, NDBs, intersections, waypoints, airways. It's not pulling it up though. And let's say low, ruled low. No? Nada. Rain. This plane is just loaded with whistles and bells. And weather radar. So a little bit of weather south. Center aircraft. Center to waypoint. Gotcha, that's where we're headed. Center. Gotcha.
The hospital isn't far. You'll have a good story to tell your friends when this is over.
The pilot sucked. The nurse lied to me. I didn't have a pillow. Yeah, he's gonna have a story. Charts. Sid. They don't have it. But we do have it up here in the EFB. Charts. No, this one's no ILS, huh? No ILS for Juno. Arrival. See if we can change it. No, they don't have an ILS. Okay. So again, this thing has an auto throttle. Let me try to turn it on. Where are we at now? Oh, we're going pretty quick. So I'll turn the auto throttle on and see what it does. I don't know how to dial the speed. You see, I do see auto throttle speed on the display here. It shows that we have it on. Let's see if this knob at all gives us a speed. I don't see it doing anything when I'm rotating it up or down.
Any previous medical conditions for Michael I should be aware of? I'm just checking to make sure the medical file is up to date.
Perhaps, yes. He's allergic to some antalgic aspirin, in fact.
Good to know. It's already noted in the file.
MCP. All right. Hello.
Hello. I'm stepping away and saying hi.
Hello. All right. Well, I am flying.
All right. I go to the library after work since I didn't do it yesterday.
Okay.
Okay, I'll call you when I can escape.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
When she can escape. I didn't notice a change either way, activating the auto throttle. And I don't know how to dial in a speed at the moment. Well, that says FMS. That says manual. Switch that over. Now about dialing. Oh, okay. All right. So the knob here, FMS, it's got a manual switch. There are two knobs there that switch at the back, right? FMS or manual. FMS is the computer. So I set it to manual, and now when I rotate the knob, I get the caret. See the magenta box right there on the airspeed indicator? Right here. So now let me spin that knob again. Yeah. So you see now I'm moving the speed, bringing us down to 190. Well, let's put it at 200. So that is how you manually control your auto throttle speed. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, and I hope the meds have been working. And glad to hear that you're almost done with school and everything. Fantastic. Oh, I need to save up if I ever could. I just, now I want to go to Germany so dang bad. I want to visit Germany at least once. Not that good of a beer drinker. I'll drink. You better believe it. I just not that great with alcohol. But I'd want to try all the beer, and of course I'd want to try all the food. But it's just so darn pretty there. After flying around for a bit. Oh. The actor George Wendt, an American actor and comedian who earned 6 consecutive Emmy nominations for his performance as Norm Peterson on the beloved NBC's comedy series Cheers, has died Tuesday morning at his home. He was 76. Aw. Well, that's so sad. I liked him. I liked everything that he was in.
Sorry to bother you. I'm gonna check your eyes with my pen lamp here. Fine. You can close them now if you feel it helps.
Yeah, so I hope I hope you're recovering well from that cold you had. And again, as always, thank you so much for everything that you do. I really appreciate that. I look forward to you having some time off and we can start gliding again. I want to pick up that airport, the custom airport for your place, and do some flying, do some gliding. Last time I was at it, I didn't have so much luck with the winch. Hey, for a while there, though, when we were first messing around, I mean, really, like the first couple of times after Arizona and when I first got to Germany, I had one good day. You know, I remember that one good day where I was learning the ballast and how to slip properly and doing lots of good, crazy landings. And so I was kind of getting it there for a while. Then I got that wild bug to go learn dogfighting so we could dogfight in DCS. Haven't gone back to that. I'm glad I took a lot of notes. I'm going to have to get my notebook out for DCS again. I'd really like to get back to that at some point. And you're always talking about War Thunder now, and the more you talk about it, the more ads I end up seeing for it. And
How long have you been with this medical team, Dr. Gay? I've been part of this crew for about a few years now, and we've already worked with our pilot too, which is a great thing because we need to trust each other in good coordination.
yeah, well, I look forward to the middle of July and afterwards. So yeah, I get it. And you have a good night, get some rest, and we'll see you next time. So if you're just tuning in, first time really flying the Pilatus, and it didn't go well. So if you rewind the stream to the start of this, the first time up, we had a cabin pressure problem, and I lost complete control of the aircraft and didn't think to hit abort. Thought I could recover. Nope. So killed us. And I'm very sad to report that. But then I found out there's a bug in this aircraft. A cabin pressure bug. If you go above 18,000 feet. So jumped into it again, took another Medevac flight, and immediately did an ask for a altitude change and have kept us under 18,000 feet, so no cabin pressure issues. Other than that, she's a very amazing plane. There's just so much here. So for those pilots that, man, want absolute knowledge about everything, this looks like the plane for you. This is a fancy aircraft. I can understand why so many people like it. Me, I'm all about simple. And that's why something like the new Archer and the Joby are the models that I'm favoring these days.
Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium has state-of-the-art equipment. Everything is planned for your arrival, and the medical crew will take good care of you.
I heard War Thunder. Don't download it, trust me. I'm a pretty calm person, but playing it, I'm raging badly. Okay. All right. That's funny. So Henny was just saying, I heard War Thunder. Don't download it. Trust me, I'm a pretty calm person, but playing it, I'm raging badly. It's hilarious. I can understand. Seems like pretty adrenaline fueled. Hopefully that's what he means. Like just maybe people. I don't know. Or maybe it's just, I don't know.
941 tree, contact Anchorage Center on 127.0. Good day.
127.0. So can you just type it in here? Com1. How do you change it? Com1. No. What did she say? 127.0? How do you swap it? Enter. Swap. 127.0.
127.0. Kid India, Mike Sierra 9.
And then it blew out. It blew it out.
Anchorage Center, Kid India. Mike
Oh, there it goes.
Sierra 941 tree, 17,000 feet.
All right, so I should have responded first and then 127.
Altimeter 2975. Radar contact. Continue to DEYEP. Christo, what will happen when we land?
We'll land.
We're at Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium. The local medical team will take over. Michael will be in good hands, and you'll get full update there. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks for your patience.
Patience, get it? Do 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 do. So, just tuning in, we're doing a Medevac. The first one didn't go so well. This is the second Medevac. We're heading to Juneau. It's going good, Max. Better now. Yeah, doing better now, just monitoring things. We're in autopilot. I'm in autopilot. And, Holding at 17,000 feet. I'm just monitoring things now. Hands off. Occasionally changing radio stations. We haven't flown by any points of interest. Let me show you that. I've got this cool app. And whenever we fly by a point of interest, we get a cool audio tour. So we're not going to fly by these down here. We're going to fly up above them, I think. But for example, here is an audio tour for this stretch of river here.
The Koyukuk River is a 425-mile tributary of the Yukon River in the U.S. state of Alaska. It is the last major tributary entering the Yukon before the larger river empties into the Bering Sea. Rising at the confluence of the North Fork Koyukuk River with the Middle Fork Koyukuk River, it flows generally southwest to meet the larger Yukon River at Koyukuk. The river, with headwaters above the Arctic Circle in the Endicott Mountains of the Brooks Range, drains an area north of the Yukon River that includes part of the gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve, as well as Canuty National Wildlife Refuge and Koyukuk National Wildlife Refuge. The main stem of the river is lined by the communities of Evansville, Bettles, Alatna, Allakaket, Hughes, and Hooslia before reaching Koyukuk. Its headwaters tributaries include the Koyukuk South, Middle, and North Forks, the Alatna River, and the John River. Major tributaries further downstream include the Canuty, Batsu, Hogatsa, Hooslia, Dalby, Kateal, and Gizasa rivers. Of these, the Alatna, John, and North Fork are national wild and scenic rivers, as is the Tinake River, a tributary of the North Fork.
I'm at 17,000 feet. So the bug happens at 18,000 feet where it won't pressurize. So as long as I'm under that, we're just fine. I can't change the weather. I was going to try to change it to clear skies so that we could see the ground below us and see that part of the river she's talking about. But unfortunately, it's got us above the clouds and thick clouds today, and we can't really see much down below. Fortunately.
Everything's going to be all right. We'll get Michael to the hospital in no time.
Thanks.
The only thing I could think to do is try to... I don't know if I can get my drone down there fast enough. Get a drone camera down. Put the drone speed way up. See if we can get her down underneath the clouds. There we go. Let me check my Bushtalk map. Oh yeah, so it's gonna be way off over here. Ooh, I'd have to come down real far to be under the clouds. So having that Bushtalk Radio is a hoot. I love it. I love learning things when I'm flying. Sometimes on these flights, they can be really long, especially if you're doing airliner stuff. And it's a cool app to have so you can learn things as you're flying around. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, this flight is approximately, well, this one I think was a 3-hour flight. The first one I crashed on, that was the 2-hour flight. But I can speed it up, yeah, but yeah, about 2 to 3 hours real world time, yeah. I can't skip to descent. And skip this whole cruise phase if I wanted to speed things up a little bit. which I'll probably do here shortly. Oh, I know how you feel. Well, I got the bug a couple of years ago. Well, it all started with my dad. My dad used to fly. So I had the bug early on to want to learn how. But again, not being brave enough to do it in the real world. And poor financial decisions. So yeah. So around like 2014, 2015, I started getting really serious because YouTube exists now. And everything that you would want to learn about flying, everything, you can learn on YouTube now. There's a dozen or more videos for every single thing there is in aviation to learn. So yeah, and what this simulator is so awesome. What you put into it, you get out of it. So you really want to drill real world stuff and practice real world stuff, it'll do it. You want it to be kind of nice and easy and for newbies, perfect, it'll do it. This isn't even the cool stuff. I should show you the F-35B technology and the new stuff that's coming out. Everybody's been saying, oh my gosh, there's UFOs in the sky. They look like drones. They're drones. They've got drone aircraft in here you can mess around with, and they're super simple, which is really amazing. Because like with this aircraft, I mean, even for me, I mean, this is as complex as an airliner. There's just so much.
The hardest part is behind us, Michael. Almost there.
So much going on. So much you can get into and mess with, computer-wise. And I've always been looking for more Star Trek, less complex. So from the time I first started messing around, I've been waiting for the future to happen to where, it would become way more advanced, computerized, to start making it more and more simple, so that it doesn't take years and years and years to become a pilot. And all this new stuff that they're coming out with is just that way. As a matter of fact, you know what? I kind of want to show you that stuff now. So let me go ahead and skip to descent with this and see if I can avoid crashing us. The only thing is, I don't think it takes us down the descent height. I think if I do a teleport, it'll keep us up here at 17,000 feet. Then I have to dive bomb to the runway. So let's find out what the runway is. I don't have it. So the airport we're going to is PAJN. Let me use another friendly free tool out there on the internet called SkyVector. And this Microsoft doesn't want to give me the chart that I want. Let me see if I can get the chart on SkyVector. It is PAJN.
Christo, what will happen when we land?
Juno.
Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, the local medical team will take over. Michael will be in good hands, and you'll get full update there. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks for your patience.
The hell is it? Instrument approach procedures. Runway 8. Basically, what I'm looking for is this right here. 2,700 feet, 3,400 feet. Then we descend. We're setting 69 degrees down to 2,700 feet to the runway. So let me come down to 3,400 feet. So up here on the altitude knob, I'm going to start dialing this back, and my eyes will be here at this altitude indicator as I'm dialing the knob.
During flight, just standard procedure.
16. Whoa, that went way too fast. 2,200. 834. All right. So now that I've dialed in the altitude, it doesn't automatically start descending. You have to tell it to do a flight level change, or you input the vertical speed, meaning how much up and down you want. So normally I would do a flight level change, but the last time I did it, it said the plane was descending too aggressively. So FLC, flight level change, the computer will handle it. Vertical speed here, with this knob over here, down the roller, up and down, you can control exactly how, you know, the nose pitch. I'm going to turn on vertical speed, and I'm looking at the magenta arrow on that right there, and I'm going to start sliding this roller up. And as I do, you see the magenta arrow is starting to indicate the nose is going down.
Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree. You are 300 feet below your assigned altitude.
Yeah, they're gonna
maintain 17,000 feet. Altimeter 2971.
So again, now she wants me to
maintain 17,000 feet. Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree.
They want me at 17, but I'm going to request now an altitude change. And I'm going to try to come down to West cruising altitude decrease 10,000 feet.
Anchorage Center, Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree. Request 7,000 feet.
Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree. Descend and maintain 7,000 feet.
Do you ever get used to the adrenaline rush of this job? Hopefully, you learn to manage it with experience, and it's a part of the job, you know.
Okay. Oh, you can absolutely fly fighter jets. But
941 tree. Did you hear my last transmission?
the big but on the fighter jets is yes, you can fly them.
Maintain 7,000 feet. Kin India, Mike Sierra 941 tree.
But there's no combat. The current people that are over there running everything at Microsoft, the current generation is very, very, how do I put it? Anti-war. And so they don't even like us in the forums, honestly, talking about adding combat to Microsoft Flight Simulator, which used to be a big part of Microsoft Flight Simulator's history, the combat series. So either way, we're, slowly trying to whittle at them or get third-party developers to create the Microsoft combat portion of the simulator. When it was in early development, all the controls, there were controls for the weapon systems, and they've just taken it all out. So sadly, yes, you can fly the fighter aircraft, and there's a lot of them, and they're awesome. But yeah, no weapons. That you'd have to go to DCS World, and that can get even more expensive than this. So yeah, if you are going to stick around for a bit, not a problem. I was going to clip the cruise anyway.
Sorry to bother you. I'm gonna check your eyes with my pen lamp here. Fine. You can close them now if you feel it helps.
Alright, so we're in a shallow descent. And we have auto throttle. Yeah. We have auto throttle in manual, so I'm gonna lower our speed. 190 knots. So once we get closer to 7,000, I'll request another 4,000. See if I can do it now. 3. Let's do 3.
Anchorage Center. Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree. Request 4,000 feet.
Kin India Mike Sierra 941 tree. Request denied.
No, you're not going down to 4,000 feet yet. Okay. Well, we're going to do it anyway eventually before we hit the altimeter 2987. We're at 2989. That's why I can describe what this one, the 29, what I'm reading here is, see it says 2989 at the bottom of our altitude indicator. Okay, that's the barometric pressure. And the reading that the radio station has given me is 2987. And so I need to adjust this to 2987. And the best way I can explain this instrument right here, what I'm doing, is the movie Die Hard 2. Have you ever seen that? Now let me try to find the darn button for it. So what it does is it makes sure that your airplane is reading the correct altitude based on the...
As we said, we're monitoring closely for any signs. So far, we're pretty confident.
There it is. Barometric. So this makes sure that that indicator is tuned properly. 2987. All right. So in the movie Die Hard 2, the bad guys got control of the air traffic control tower, and they're like, "Hey, change your barometer, change your altimeter to blah 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 blah." And so the guy in the airplane says, "Okay," and so he changes this number right here. And so the airplane is seeing the runway 300 or 400 feet lower than it is. It believes the runway is higher. So this number being off, if you're shooting for an exact altitude, and let's say you can't see the runway, and that was the situation in Die Hard. They really couldn't see the runway until the pilot came right down on it. But again, it makes the computer think that the ground is higher than it is. And so the airplane, John McClane runs out there trying to wave the fire or whatever and alert the pilot that his altimeter setting's wrong, and he comes crashing into the runway. Yeah, I'm always surprised when they deny it too. But what I don't know, again, between here and there, between my descent and there, as we look out, look at that's probably the reason right there.
Feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet altimeter 2908 tree.
Because between here and there, there's a mountain that's over 4,000 feet. But where are we at?
Isn't far.
1,000.
You'll have a good story to tell your friends when this is over.
So now I'm going to ignore any air traffic control information.
941 tree. Did you hear my last transmission?
And I'm just going to acknowledge whatever they're saying, but I'm going to ignore it and keep going down.
Maintain 7,000 feet. Kin India, Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree.
And hopefully we'll get to 3,400 feet before we hit that mountain up ahead. I'm sure we will. I could speed up our descent a little bit more, but I don't want to jostle that guy in the back. There's 4,500. $3,900. Yeah.
Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree. Please expedite your climb 7,000 feet.
I forgot to request clearance for this instrument flight plan.
Anchorage Center, Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree.
Okay, 3,400 feet. Let me input this.
Sierra Niner 41 tree is cleared to Juneau Airport as filed. Squawk 7232.
Now squawk, he says squawk 7232. Okay. Now squawk is literally like a bird. You're squawking. It's your transponder. It's your radar code.
Michael.
So you change it to 7232, which is already in there.
Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree. Please acknowledge.
Kin India Mike Sierra Niner 41 tree. Cleared to Juneau Airport as filed.
Okay.
7232.
So that way you're squawking like a bird, and I'm going 7232, 7232, and
Correct. Radar contact 3,400 feet. Altimeter 2908 to continue to DEP following heading 075.
so worst case scenario.
Maintain flight level 290.
So worst case scenario, if they tell you to squawk and you don't squawk, and then you enter restricted airspace, worst case scenario, they'll shoot you out of the sky. But basically that's your squawk, letting them know your code. You're squawking your radar code. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. It says it's going to put me on descent, but it's usually on final, which means we're right on top of the runway.
Beginning our descent, Michael.
Turning off the autopilot.
Before you know
And we can't see a thing. We're completely cloud covered.
Kin India Mike Sierra 9.
And what altitude are we at?
Please acknowledge.
Oh my.
Station okay for landing, but be quick and smooth.
Uh-oh.
There.
I can't see a thing.
landing soon, Michael. Time to buckle up.
Speed.
Yeah.
Speed.
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 Let me get the landing gear down.
Speed.
Yeah, I wish they would put us further out on, actually on a descent.
Speed. Speed. Speed.
We should have all kinds of speed nosing down like this.
Speed.
Yeah, they need to fix that. They should not put us right on top of the runway like that. Boy, it's bad weather here. So I'm trying to turn around. The nicest thing is when you can start learning the computer, the autopilot computer, to bring you in. Yikes. Max speed with flaps down. When you can learn the computer to bring you pretty much all the way in. down to the runway in an automated fashion, that's the cream. Dun, dun, dun. Pull up. And our screens, it blew out the flight plan. I'm not even getting a GPS reading. A GPS course to follow, meaning right in here, I don't have a flight plan. There we are. We can see it on this one. Try to file it again. Send to air traffic control. Send to avionics. Activate. Oh, but I still got nothing on the map. Whatever. And keep an eye on this little map. That is a beacon, or it's a warning. I'm going too slow. Usually when you approach an airport, you have beacons that turn on. You can hear them. Looks like they want me to go around and come back again. With some aircraft, if you learn the airliners, they have an auto land. That's what I've heard. I have never done one where it'll handle the whole thing. Normally, you switch the autopilot off as you approach. When you're a couple hundred feet off the ground, usually, and you're pretty much right over the top of it, you switch off the autopilot and you just let it ease down to the runway, and you lift the nose up a tiny bit, and then you do your braking and whatever else you need to do to slow the aircraft down. And so basically you just handle the last bit of it. But yeah, some of these systems are advanced enough that, you know, they'll get you to the runway for sure, even in the worst conditions. This isn't even so bad. I mean, I can still see the runway down there. Some of these computer systems are so good, even if you can't see the runway until you're right on top of it, it'll put you right on that center line. They're that good. And if that stuff isn't really that difficult to learn, and you can do that in aircraft like these, this airport doesn't have one. You can even do an ILS landing in a Cessna trainer. Ooh, that's a big mountain coming up. I absolutely loved learning instrument flying.
Envelope. Envelope. Envelope.
That's a new one for me. I don't know what envelope is.
Envelope. Envelope. Envelope.
Oh no. I put my passenger in danger by the turn, I guess. Well, as you see, I am not the world's greatest pilot. But, well, it happens. Did it freeze me out? Did it? It may have just done me a favor by erroring out. I think it may have freezed. And I can't click next, which means it's not going to count against me. It's just the simulator just locked up. It said, you're too... No, I'm froze. Well, let me do it. Control-Alt-Delete. Man, I'm so embarrassed. Trying to show you how to do, how to at least do a proper landing, and no. Give me a minute. I have to restart the simulator. There we go. End task. Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint. I don't know what that envelope is. Again, I think that, it told me what I failed is I put the passenger in danger. So, one, maybe going too fast and maybe too tight of a turn. I was hoping that Juno had an ILS so I could show you an automated one. Let me get this thing fired up again. And I'll show you the cool, simple aircraft. The ones that aren't so difficult. In the real world, this is what I would do if I had the money. I'll show you the Icon A5, which is, I think it's going to blow you away at how simple of a cockpit it is. It's more like a car. And that helps people make the transition over to flying real easy. It's a sports plane, and you don't really need a whole lot as far as a license. I don't think it requires. I think all you need is a driver's license to fly this aircraft, to be completely honest, because it's classified as a sport plane. You don't have to have years of flying knowledge. The downside of that is people kill themselves a lot in this aircraft because it's so much fun and easy. It wasn't you distracting me. It was my own experience. And nothing to do with you, Senor. It's all on me. It's okay. I needed to start learning this Pilatus aircraft anyway. So I didn't expect it was all going to be golden. Okay. So if I just say, come on, we're going to go learn how to fly, and you're going to learn how to fly today. And you're going to feel comfortable with what you learn, and you're going to get the bug. We come in here and we get the icon. Now it's also able to land on the water. Let me find a place with a little bit of water. Where would you like to go in the world? Yeah, driver's license, really. Where would you like to go? Someplace with water. We got the whole world available to us. Do. Spin the globe. Oh, and any place. Let's the water down here looks really nice. Look at how beautiful blue it is. Nassau. Yeah, let's come down here. I think James Bond was here in Nassau. Could be wrong. But yeah, it looks like they've got nice warm water. So yeah, driver's license. That's all you need for this aircraft. And you'll understand why once we get in there. I have all my settings set to ultra. So she's a little bit lagging at the moment.
Nassau Tower. Ken India Mike Sierra 941 tree. Ready for straight out departure at runway 14.
Okay.
Ken India Mike Sierra 941 tree. Altimeter 29908 straight out departure approved.
It's not simulated in the simulator here, but this thing also
Takeoff runway 14. Ken India Mike Sierra 941 tree.
it also comes with a parachute. You know, in case stuff goes completely wrong. Yeah. They said men are a little too we overbelieve in our abilities. Anyway, look at how simple this cockpit is. Just like a car. Fuel, temperature, oil pressure, water temperature, our RPM indicator. The only difference is our airspeed and our altitude. This little thing right here, I don't know if that's working properly, but this is our angle of attack. And it shows us basically our wing our wing level. So when we get up there and start flying, as I start raising the nose too high, you'll see the angle of attack can come up here, and you just want to monitor that. So that's really all the most important thing here is that you monitor so that your angle of attack isn't too sharp. It's got a nice it's not actually autopilot. You can't get one of these with an autopilot, but you do a lot of nice things. Here's our flaps. Flaps are for landing mostly, to induce the drag to slow us down. So you can, some folks take off with a little bit of flaps, but when we're coming for a landing, for sure, you need to slow down. Our landing gear, very simple. Lights, heat, and we have a water rudder. But that's all there is. Much, even if we just ignore all this, and you know, much more simple than that last aircraft we were on. And we're sitting so low to the runway that it feels like a car, right? And so one of the hardest things for people to actually learn right off the bat, and was for me, is landing. Because the most times these aircraft that you're in, it's kind of hard to see the ground. And flying this thing, it feels like a car. And so when you come in for a landing, you know, it's much easier to make that transition. All right, there's some beautiful blue water over there. I think we're going to need a rum and coke. When we land, of course. Give me some good seafood down here. All right, let me just kill the engine. Pull the throttle all the way back. And we'll just start descending towards the water. Go this way. So now to start transitioning to slow flight, I just got to keep the nose up and let it keep bleeding off speed. And that's going to be for most aircraft when they tell you to go to slow flight. So going into slow flight, you keep your nose up and you bring your speed down, your throttle down, and then you start putting the flaps in. There's 10-degree flaps. Still cruising along pretty good. 50 knots. That noise is stall speed. We don't want to. We want to ride that. Right above stall. And you want to be in stall right before you land. There we go. Then we kick on our water. Oh, I must have hit something. What a drag. Of course. That was a good landing too. So, who knows? Maybe it said the ground was too shallow or something. We'll go over here. Yeah, I killed the engine and basically I'm gliding. Now what I'm going to do is just speed up, put the nose all the way down, and make myself red line. Get over here. Check out the cruise ships. How embarrassing. All you've seen today is failure. I deeply apologize. Yeah, this is the guy I want to learn from. All he did was crash. He acts like he knows what he's talking about, but he sucks.
Kin India Mike Sierra 9041 tree. Leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
All right, doing the same thing. Trying to transition to slow flight, so I'm putting it back to idle.
Tree. Frequency change.
Putting it back to idle. Trying to keep my nose up.
Approach. Kin India Mike Sierra 9041 tree is type icon for miles west of Mike Yankee 9er Foxtrot 7, 700 feet. Request flight following.
This thing is so much fun.
Sierra 9041 tree, NASA approach. Squawk 6544. Squawk 6544.
I hope that's deep enough.
9041 tree. Kin India Mike Sierra 9041 tree. Radar contact 4 miles west of Mike Yankee 9er Foxtrot 7, 400 feet. Altimeter 29908. Roger. Kin India Mike Sierra 9041 tree.
If we crash again, then I have to go out to dark, deeper water. All right. A little bit of flaps. Full flaps. Please don't crash into something. All right. And now with your water rudder, you can steer. In this version of the simulator, we can't open the canopy. And that's my favorite thing to do. I love imagining that I'm sitting on a lake somewhere. And I love fishing. This thing's again, okay, it's a wonderful thing to fly around golf courses, and that's one of the challenges they used to give us in Microsoft Flight. Let me turn off the water rudder. Put the throttle back in. And hopefully we don't hit something. I want to try to get up to like 60 knots. There's 50. Whoa. Flops up. And that's why anybody can fly with a driver's license. Oh, really? Is this where the Atlantis? I didn't realize the Atlantis Hotel Resort was here at Nassau.
NASA approach. Ken India Mike Sierra.
I would love to go here one day.
2 miles northwest of Mike Yankee 9er Foxtrot 7, 300 feet. Request flight following. Ken India Mike Sierra 9.
I appreciate that.
Squawk 4711. Squawk 4711. Can India Mike Sierra 941 tree.
Okay, we'll fly around some of the boats here, and then I'll show you the Archer.
1 miles northwest of Mike Yankee 9er Foxtrot 7, 300 feet. Altimeter 299er 8. Roger. Can India Mike Sierra 941 tree.
The Reef at Atlantis, the Cove at Atlantis, Atlantis, Bahamas. So yeah, when they introduced this in Microsoft Flight, they would have you fly all these obstacle courses, collect like gold coins flying in the air, and you had to fly around all these buildings and do stuff like this, just whipping around. Flying around golf courses. I don't think there's any place for me to land around here. Try to land on the road. Yeah. Maybe it'll let me. Running out of space. Oh, and there's a bend in the road. No, not gonna be good landing there. That is a lovely resort. That would be awesome. Scuba diving all day. Wonderful. This is where I think technology is going, and this is where I think all the planes that we currently have, I think they're all going to start getting phased out, because what I'm about to show you is it's superior. I hope there's still some bugs with this version, and we end up getting a lot of like engine malfunction errors and whatever, but this will give you an idea of, let's go to New York, of how where aviation technology is going, and how simple I think it's going to be. All right, here, put us here at JFK. In a lot of ways, this is more simple than what we were just messing around with the icon. Well, you can fly there. To buy planes in this game, do I have to spend real money, or can I buy it using in-game coins or something like that? You know, I've been hearing about the tokens that you might be able to get, but for the most part, with certain planes, I still think you buy them. They sure do give you a lot of free planes. But yeah. Pardon the lag. I don't know what like Xbox Universe coins are, but I've seen those. Oh, don't you dare crash. It did. It crashed. Something went wrong launching your game. Yes. Something went wrong. It's because I have everything up at ultra. I went nuts earlier and set everything as high as can be, and the computer just freaked out. It's like New York City. You're asking me to load all that in? Not a chance. This has been the most spectacular live stream for just fail after fail after fail after fail. Not my best day. Me, I don't really... I bought one plane so far, the Skyvan. It's a World War II carrier, and I wanted it for career. And hopefully they'll eventually allow us to use those, because that's the only reason why I bought the thing. But they give you so many planes to fly, and I haven't flown them all. And takes me forever to just learn one of them. Let me change all my settings so I'm not freaking the computer out. Okay, in the marketplace, let me show you what I mean by like maybe like Xbox coin things. They have like this wallet. Current wallet, Simverse. You can use Simverse coins to buy any item in the marketplace. So I don't know what Simverse is, and if those are coins you gain from playing other things. Another thing that you can do is the Microsoft Rewards. Have you heard about that? You can go to you can earn points each day by doing a daily poll, and you can then redeem those for redeem them to buy things. So let's say if I exchanged all my reward points, I have about, I don't know, $20, and then I think I'm able to apply that towards purchases here. And yeah, they definitely have a lot to choose from. Lots of planes. Lots and lots and lots. Okay, let's try that again. Please don't crash. Don't you dare crash. Don't you crash. Okay. You know, look at how simple this is. That's the cockpit. That's the co-pilot side. So this is just redundant on this side. Okay. So this is it. So we have fly mode, ground mode, and off.
Tree. Taxi 2 and hold short runway 22 right via taxiway Kilo Foxtrot Alpha.
I'm going to turn off their voices right now. We don't need to hear them. Okay. So a ground mode. Let me switch it to ground mode. Okay. And then recharge the battery. Set the recharge rate to 32. Oh, it looks like they actually start you with a topped up battery. Normally they don't. Okay. Okay, let me put it into fly mode. All right, now all I'm doing is going to pull back on the joystick. And now I'm going to let the joystick go. Now my joystick has a little bit of a rudder spring issue, so she tends to kind of spin around a little bit. Normally it goes up into a hover, and it's a perfect hover. So it's only, again, because of my crappy joystick that we're not in a perfect hover. So when if you've got a good joystick, as soon as you lift off, you can control exactly how high or how low you want to go. So right off the bat, this is a super improvement in aviation, because whenever you take off and come in for a landing, you're always rolling the death dice. No matter how good of a pilot you are, something can always go wrong on the takeoff and landing, especially the landing. Okay? If I just tilt my joystick to one side and rotate, if I use my Sidewinder action, I can slew. So there, they've just eliminated the death dice roll on landing. Never have to worry about it again. All right, now another great improvement, let me go up a little bit higher, is the ability to dial in your speed. You couldn't get this outside of an F-35. So what I'm going to do here is see if I got this right. Okay. Right here, where it says 1 knot, I'm literally just going 1 knot forward. And I can start dialing it in whatever a speed. If I want to go 15 knots, there's 5, 6, 7 knots. And that's a humongous improvement. Helicopters can't even do that. Helicopters can't even do this. They can't go up and just, without touching the joystick, just hold a hover. Helicopters, you're always fighting them, and they're a pain in the butt. So this is superior to a helicopter. There's 9 knots, and I think I could do up to like 20, 25 knots or more. Like, just keep messing with the throttle. Okay, now here's how easy it is to transition. So this knob, this button right here, all I've got to do is push this button forward 1 time. That'll transition us, and it'll go about 96 knots. And then if I push the button up again, it'll transfer to full flight at 117 knots, I believe. So what I want to do is I want to push this forward and then take us outside of the plane and show you the nacelles rotating. Push it forward. I don't have a hand on the joystick at all. Just letting it do its thing. Did I do it right? it says we're 117 knots. That's weird. It didn't transition. Let me go to full flight. Push again. Don't tell me the Archer's broken. Did they break it? I think they broke it. They did. Somebody, I think they broke the Archer. Because normally it's a quick, fast transition of the nacelles, and you can slow down just as easy. Come out of free flight. Huh. That's a drag. Oh man, between myself and Microsoft, we're all failing today. Max, this should show you don't you don't want to spend the money. Let me try to bring it out. Try it again. Put it into a hover. Okay, it says we're in hover. Let's go up some more. And we'll try it again. Unless they've added something to the manual, which I doubt. That would prevent it from going into standard flight. Run fly. Turn that off maybe. And try it again. Nah, somebody broke the Archer Midnight. Those should be rotating down into the forward position. They're like, we fixed the animations on the propellers so they're all working right, and they did. Thank you guys for fixing the propeller animations, but you broke it. Yeah, it won't. Doesn't want to go. Try that. What does this say? Really? Parking brake. Huh. Let me check and see if the parking brake could be causing the problem. Brake set. Nope. Well, that's the way it's supposed to work. Damn it. So those would be, if they can fix that, or I don't know what it is, I'll look into that and find out what's going on with the Archer. Those two are the easiest aircraft by far. They've got another version out here, which is a two-seater called the Joby. They've even got a one-seater, the Jetson. Basically does the same thing. See how this one is doing. My goodness. Yeah, it's not you, man. Yeah, between me and Microsoft, a winning combination. So this is just a shorter version than the other one. It's a two-seater instead of four. But should work exactly the same way. Oh my god. I was gonna say, see how the nacelles rotate like that? That's the way the Archer's supposed to work. Does the same thing. We just pull back on the joystick. Nice. Good hover. Aircraft mode. All right. It should be increasing forward speed now. That's where we're going. A grandma could learn how to fly one of these, provided that they're working right, in an afternoon. Your grandma could fly this, learn how to fly this in an afternoon comfortably and be big pimping by nighttime. Right, now let me slow it back down into a hover. To me, that's a dream. This is what I've been waiting for my whole life. It's also got auto assist. I've got it in reverse, so it can fly in reverse. It's got an auto landing assist. Even a helicopter doesn't have that. Helicopters, you're always worried about coming down and smacking into the ground and not killing yourself, just landing. This thing, no matter what, it just eases you down to the ground. It's constantly calculating your distance to the ground, and it makes sure that you get down nice and soft. Beautiful, beautiful technology. So yeah, this is the kind of tech that I've been waiting for since I was a little kid. Because I'm Star Trek, Star Wars. Sure, I like having a cockpit loaded with all those fancy gizmos and blah, 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 blah. Some people are like, this isn't flying. But look, man, safety is... We've got some antelope out there. Safety is the only thing that matters to me. Being able to get from point A to point B as simply and as safely as possible. I don't need 15 years of flying now. I mean, the more you know, the more you know, the more you know, and it's going to all be beneficial. But yeah, in one afternoon. So, to me, if you've never flown before and you're like, I want to pick up Microsoft Flight Simulator and I want to check out the world, I think this would be a great way to start. And then spend your time learning traditional stuff, steam gauges, working your way up to learning all your instruments and Again, with YouTube, you can learn anything you want. The single-seater version of all that is called the Jetson. Right there. I can't wait for them to release even more super sport versions of this. Even this, as cool as it is, it's still kind of safe. You're not going to be going up and going down and doing anything too crazy. Let's put us up in the mountains. This is a lovely place. The Archer, again, the first one that I showed you, yes, it has an autopilot. And yes, you can, and it is wonderful when it's working right. The Joby doesn't have that, and neither does this little bad boy here. I think you have to pull arm. Is that it? All right. Idiot, learn how to operate this thing. Does this have to be out? What am I doing wrong now with this one? This one you just got to tilt. Yeah, for sure. Rally car, absolutely. This is where my mom is going this next weekend. She got a timeshare up here. Yeah, so when the Archer Midnight is working properly, yes. having the autopilot function is absolutely a dream. The only thing is it doesn't work in slow mode, meaning that I was showing you how to dial in your speed. And the autopilot doesn't want to engage until you're in flight, full flight mode. And then all the functions work. And I really wish it would work in slow mode, because I don't want to get anywhere fast. But I would love it to be able to handle an autopilot at 5 knots. And I don't see why not. Oh, me too. So when I first started learning how to fly military and working my way up, I was so disappointed that, because you learn all this stuff about flying normal planes, general aviation or airliners, and then you make a transition to a military aircraft, and it's just so different that you have to learn everything all over again. Now, this, on the other hand, the F-35 was the first aircraft for me. I haven't tried the F-22. But again, I've been always looking for the Star Wars and the military aircraft. And this is the first one that I found that's very much Star Trek and super easy to fly, allowing you to concentrate on your job. So all the technology that we just saw in those last aircraft, basically, it all is all coming down from stuff like this in the Osprey. I love this aircraft. I love it, love it, love it. Press the hook stovel button. Oh, did I pick the wrong variant? This is the carrier variant with the hook on it. I don't want the hook. My bad. There's 3 variants. I wanted the B. Yeah, I picked A. There. I don't think it would take any time to really learn how the basics of the other military jet fighters. There's, again, people are out there made a video for everything. I think you could probably pick it up in an hour or 2. Okay. The engines on this bad boy just rotated down. And you got air fan jet intakes. Now, if you click the hover button here, and all these are customizable. There's 4 screens here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And every single one of them in the upper left-hand corner it allows you to select the main menu on any one of these, so you can set these up any way you want with whatever screen you want. So allows the pilot to set up any way he wants. Okay. So the engines are at approximately like 21 degrees or 60 degrees, something like that. If I click hover,
parking brake,
they go to full 90 degrees. Turn off the parking brake, bring the joystick back. Let go. Twist. Twist. Slew. Pull back. Let me raise my landing gear. Raise the landing gear. All right. Now all I have to do, I should get a little bit higher, is turn off the hook stovel button over here again. My gear didn't come up. That's why you want to be a little higher for that dip. All right. Pull back the throttle, level it out. Go back to hook stovel button. So it'll start slowing down. Let me get us a little closer. So in this mode right here, I can aim it at the ground and I can do a controlled descent all the way to the ground, and I'm not worried about just normally with any other aircraft, you do that, you're just gonna nosedive into the ground. This thing allows you to just come down like a bird. Very controlled. And level it out there and put it back into hover mode. And again, look at how simplified this cockpit is. It's just a couple of switches to turn the thing on. Not much to it. I'm sure in the real world, you know, of course you're going to have a lot of classified systems. But a Butte. Then off we go to get the bad guy. This also has a military autopilot. So you have to turn on the autopilot here. There's the autopilot screen. Let's see if we can do an altitude hold. Did it engage? Autopilot.
Joker.
Autopilot. More stuff I need to learn about this. Sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. I'm still learning the little ins and outs of this thing. Autopilot. Is that off or on?
Autopilot. Autopilot.
All right. No, well, it has one, and I'm not good at using it. Oh, I'm sure you'll do better than me. Yeah, just watch a pro on one of their videos on how to fly the thing, and you'll be just fine. So as you see it, the base game, I didn't purchase anything extra. I didn't purchase the deluxe versions of anything. I just went with whatever they had. I bought the deluxe for 2020, and I didn't need all those aircraft. I didn't need everything they want, but as you see, there's just so much to fly. Even the airship, the Goodyear blimp. They've got hot air balloons now. I think they gave us these this is the 14s. I may have bought the 14. I don't recall. And they gave us the 16s. Anyway, they give you lots to fly. So you don't have to start off thinking, oh, I have to buy aircraft, unless there's something that you really, really want. But there's enough different types of aircraft to satisfy any, style of aircraft that you want to fly. And then beyond that, it's just, oh, I must have this aircraft. See what I mean? Compared to the 35, when I first got this, I'm like, I'm ready for some Star Trek. I'm like, oh. What? There's so much. It's too much. I have nothing but awe for the advanced aviators who can fly all this stuff. I understand enough. I understand like how to, first of all, how to turn on my autopilot. Over here. Autopilot, engage here. Heading control, altitude control here. Nav, GPS. And over here are settings. Speed setting, alt setting, vertical speed setting, heading setting. I lifted the nose up too fast. Wings tuck automatically. All right, so landing gear's up. Let's turn on the autopilot. Engage. Bring my heading. See if we can make it do a heading hold. Good. So it's following my heading. So as I rotate this knob, and now let me try to do an altitude hold. $10,500 feet. Was that an attitude hold? Alt. Okay. And then there's speed. That's heading. Gotta remember. There's speed knob right there in front of my face. Okay. Camera. Speed. Now where's my speed? 489 knots. Okay, so this knob is controlling speed. So I'm looking right here on my HUD. 491 knots. Let me rotate it forward. .500 knots. So I've dialed in 500. We're still climbing. There we go. Now altitude. Can I dial it in? Which one is altitude? That's it. All right, so as I rotate this one down, now we're coming down. 10,100 feet. So lots of, again, everything should work in here for the most part. You can do waypoints, you can set up flight plans, do an altitude hold. So you can do, like, if setting up a mission plan, you can set up a flight plan, you can have it fly from waypoint to waypoint. You can have it do all kinds of things. Mach. I don't know. I know that the 35 can break speed. I think we need to be going over 600. Let me turn off the autopilot. We'll climb and then we'll dive. So, full throttle. Turn off the speed. And we'll see if we can do like 600 knots. Too aggressive. There we go. 815 knots. So I'm not sure what that is Mach. 840. $880. Whoa. Too low. Yeah, I spent my first year pretty much just concentrating on the Cessna because I really did think that at some point, and I still do, that maybe one of these days I'll go over to Meadow Lake and I'll sign up and I'll do my preliminary stuff. And so I spent first year and a half, 2 years just in the Cessna, so if I do go out there and do it for real, they said this is the 172 is the most popular trainer in the world, so chances are learning on something like this. And this is the airport that I would fly out of. It's about 15 minutes from my house. I keep telling myself, at least go over there and introduce yourself. Say, I'm a geek and I like flying simulators, but I'm too afraid to do it. I just want to hang out and have lunch here and just chill with you guys for a while. So not much to it. Here's your lights. Strobe nav taxi. Your avionics buses just turns on your screen. Your master battery. Your lights. Your panel lights. This is all just fuses down here. Trim. This right here, it's a nose wheel. It holds your nose. It's just your elevator to keep your nose up or nose down. So if you're flying a certain, you want to fly a certain attitude. Adjust this. Fuel shut off. Fuel tanks. Your mixture. In Colorado here, we're lucky we are at such a high altitude. We get to pull our mixture back a little bit and save fuel up here. Throttle, flaps, airspeed indicator, attitude indicator, altitude. You don't have to learn how to mess with these screens unless you want to later. But same kind of instruments. Here's your speed indicator, altitude indicator, or GPS. So they got pretty good training lessons for this. There's a lot of other people that have good training lessons for this. And they'll go over the earlier version, which you probably would start with, which is just the steam gauges. It doesn't have the glass. They call those glass cockpits. Computer screens. Pops up. So it's got a wonderful autopilot too. You're into learning how to fly that way. So here it is here. Autopilot, flight director, heading selector, altitude, hold, nav, vertical nav, approach, which is one of those ILS landings I was telling you about. Back course, vertical speed, nose up, nose down, and flight level change. So you dial in your altitude here. We're at 7,004. I'll put us at 8.5. Turn on autopilot. Do a flight level change to tell it to go to 8,500 feet. So it's handling that. If I press my heading button one time, it puts my heading here right in front of me. So let me turn on the heading hold button. So now it'll follow the heading while it's climbing to 8.5. It starts going too slow like this, and it's doing the climb too aggressively. Put it into vertical speed and just control how much you want the nose up or nose down. Easy to go to radio stations that you're tuning to. For example, there's one down the road. This is what we train with here. So basically, like driving your bike. Your dad says, okay, you're learning how to drive the bike. You take the training wheels off. You can go down to the end of the street, turn around, come back. That's basically what this exercise is when we take off from K-Fly here. Go the end of the street being the Hugo radio station. So I dial in Hugo. HGO. Come on, you. HGO. Enter. So now the GPS needle flips around to point to the end of the street where the HGO radio is. I hit nav. The plane will now turn to go to the HGO radio station. So this is what I did for like the first year. Learning to fly and learning how to use the autopilot to go down the street, turn around and come back. So I'd fly out to HGO, and then when I get to HGO, I would tell it to come back to my home base radio station, which is BRK. Hit enter twice to activate it. So now it turns around, and then I turn around and I fly back home. That's all I would do for the first year, is just learn how to fly the pattern around here. Learn how to use all the controls. Fly down the street, fly back. Then it was going to Pueblo, the radio station's pub. Yeah, and learning how to fly there. Just keeping it real simple. In every aircraft take off at 60, 70 knots, or does it depend on the aircraft? It depends on the aircraft. It depends on your power. It depends on your flaps. Like if you have a short takeoff situation and you got a good headwind, you know, you might have to do something like a full flap takeoff. But yeah, that's pretty much the common, I would say the common speed. I did that in the game or in real life? No, in the game, just learning how to fly. I mean, we could fly anywhere in the world in Microsoft Flight Simulator and do anything you want, but I thought if I was going to do it in the real world, I better just practice here. Practice at my home airport and practice learning all my local radio stations, my VORs. That's what they're called. To keep it simple, I call them radio stations because that's just what they are. They're radio stations. They're advanced radio stations because of what you can do. But that's ultimately what you're doing, is you're dialing in a radio station and flying to it. So yeah, I just learning how to fly around here for the first year. And then I started doing cross countries. Flying to Las Vegas. Can I do trying to do a real flight? Can I fly from here to Las Vegas? And yes, you can in a plane like this, but boy, I learned quickly that this is better than a car by far to fly to Vegas. But my gosh, it's still not that much better. So it still ends up taking it's going to take, all day into the evening. You might even have to stop somewhere. That starts getting you excited for things like the Honda Jet. They put out a new one. The red light and the Aerosaur. I'm not really seen this one before. The white one. This is a much better alternative to get to Vegas. This little baby will do like 400, 500 knots. It's like 600 miles an hour, something like that. The only danger with this thing is again, the landing. You come in so fast. 140 to 120 knots, something like that. But I think you'll love this one too. This will be a fun one to transition to. A great jet to transition to. So, not too crazy. Ice protection, fuel, cross feeds, windshield heat. Your throttle, a speed brake. That's it. Just quick little speed brake. These are cool. These little things. It's for configuring your plane. It's got some neat stuff to do. But you can control all your screens up here with those little doodads down there. Your autopilot stuff up here. To start the thing up, not much to do. Turn on your battery, turn on your generators. Then you press the start button. The start buttons. Easy, it's a Honda. So much more big pimping. Doing a flight to Las Vegas and this, if she'll ever build up some speed. There we go. When you're up, pops up. It almost doesn't look like she should fly. Look at the way they've got those engines mounted on there. It's amazing how much power jet engines provide. Those didn't even look like they should be able to do it. Also a wonderful autopilot. Get us straightened out here. So turning on the autopilot, putting in an altitude hold. Turn the heading knob. The little blue indicator on the outside of this ring is your heading. So if I spin this knob, put it over south, and then hit the heading button. Well, I was already doing that. Let's turn it 90. There we go. Oh, over speedy. Speed brake us. There we go, we're safe. Off the speed brake. Yeah, so for the most part, the phrase goes, everything translates up. So when you start learning any of the other aircraft like the Cessna, it might be a little bit different in here, but for the most part, you can, once you've learned one, you can kind of come in and figure out the others. That was like me with the Pilatus today. I've flown the TBMs and I've flown something very similar to it, but that whole, as you saw, the whole air pressure, cabin pressurization thing, I was doing pretty good with it. What is my favorite to fly? Boy. Probably that little icon that I showed you, because I live in Colorado, and I imagine if I were to do it in real life, I would want to go to all of my state parks, and I would want to do a lot of fishing, and then I'd want to show off by landing my airplane on all the amazing lakes that we have around here. So in the real world, I think that's what I would want, is the little icon. I couldn't afford an Archer. The Archer is I think my current favorite because of simplicity. I just wish it was working. I don't know how they broke the thing, or if they've changed it after season update 2. But I have to say that Archer Midnight is now my favorite because it's so simple. I think that's going to take over and change aircraft and change aviation forever. I can see people still wanting to fly these. I mean, we're still flying planes that are 100 years old. I can't see people quickly transitioning when these things cost so much, and they're going to want to use them forever until they finally just give up the ghost. But as far as, going into the future, to me, it's all going to be, I can't imagine anybody even wanting to make these kind of aircraft anymore. Because this other technology is so superior. Try the Archer again and see. Maybe it was just a fluke. The downside to these still is they want to make them all electronic, all electric. And I would much prefer a gas backup. I would love a hybrid. See if she'll do a transition properly this time. There she goes. Great. Now I can show you the autopilot for this thing. Should have a little bit more altitude. Okay. Great. Put her into autopilot just to keep her going in the right direction. And put it into heading mode. And we'll come down here. Change this to GPS instead of localizer. And we'll create a flight plan. I love this. Now it's so easy. These new GPS are so badass because you can just type it in. For example, we're at KCOS, but let's KCOS is where we're at. Enter. A waypoint. Let's do BRK. My home base radio station. BRK, enter, and let's say we were going to Denver. We just put in destination. Okay, then. Enter. So now we've got a flight plan built. Switch it over to nav mode. Well, there she is. Now she's going to BRK, and then she's going to take us to Denver. Set the altitude. Do a hold here. Just hit the Alt button. Right. Now we're holding 9,000, whatever, 600 feet. Doing 117 knots. So, this is my favorite. Yeah, I know. Finally, it worked. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why anybody would want to go back. What? I think it's cool having all those other, like the Pilatus we were in earlier, man, a screen and a button for everything, and I can pull up this and I can pull up that, and you know, this just does what I want. Just get me in the air, get me to where I want to go. If I want to fly it manually, just turn the autopilot off and go. So I'll do that. Turn the autopilot off. And go. I don't know, have you ever been to Colorado? Have you ever been to Colorado Springs? I'm on a slew. Because everybody that comes to visit here, I take them here. If you've never been, this is where I would take you. We would grab some lunch and some local smokables. And then we'd come out here for the afternoon. It's even better when you get light thunderstorms. You get some lightning and makes it all cool. This place is called Garden of the Gods. There's really not, until you get into Arizona and other places, there's really not much like this. These rock formations start bringing it out of free flight into a hover again. One moment, I'm trying to get her into a hover. Come on, you. That's funny, now she's doing just the opposite of what she was doing earlier. Now she doesn't want to transition. Some actions. Turn this off. There we go. So the Garden of the Gods, these the interesting rock formations. It's a great park to walk around in and spend an afternoon in. A lot of climbers come here. A lot of climbers lose their lives here. I want to use this aircraft in career mode and the Joby so bad, and I don't know why. I think they want us to learn the way they've got it set up for qualifications. They got qualifications and specializations, so you got to learn all the different planes, and they give you a reason to learn all these planes, but there's no way to just say, I want to use this aircraft for every job there is. And that's all I would be doing right now, is just using this. Used to spend a lot of time. We had hippie parents, which is awesome, in Colorado in the 70s, late 60s and 70s. So they brought us out here all the time. We were here all the time. Yeah, and all the Great Lakes are pretty much just right over that range and beyond. The first ones are like Rampart Range, but we've got a lot of really nice, great places to go camping and fishing. That's why I think I like this one a little bit more than the Joby. It's got a longer range. Plus, she just looks so badass. I think even Batman would like this. If it could just be a little bit more stealthy. Paint it all black. I am the knight. That is perfect for superhero stuff, reconnaissance stuff. There's a hospital right over there. This is real. United just bought some of these. It's in the news. If you were to type in Archer Midnight or eVTOL, EVTOL, you'd probably see articles on this aircraft. Again, I think United has just bought some, and they've only got, as far as I can tell, only got the United branding on them. But you can't mistake it. It's the Midnight. I think this is what people have been seeing in the air. This and other experimental aircraft. Everybody's like, oh my God, there's UFOs everywhere. They don't look like normal aircraft. That's right, they don't. Gotta get my timing better. Overshot. So yeah, all the stuff people have been seeing in the sky lately, going crazy, thinking it's UFOs and stuff. I think it's been a lot of non-disclosure agreements and this kind of stuff. And I can see why they would want to kind of keep it under wraps, because whoever is going to go take this kind of stuff to the market first, he who controls this kind of technology, again, you now control the future of aviation. Oops. Got it in reverse. Sliding all over the place. Oh. There we go. Yeah, he who controls this, man, you've got the future. You own this. You want to be the first to the market with all of this stuff. And if they can make it I'm sure it is this simple. I'm sure that there's not a whole lot of difference between this and the real world version. Can't imagine the cost on these things though for right now. Millions. Now I can open the doors. Yeah. No. But soon, again, it's just the computerization. It's just mostly the computer being able to handle the transition and the assisted landing. That's worth its weight in gold right there. That, the ability to take off like that, and the assisted landing technology, so you're not crashing down and breaking your back like in a helicopter. And that's good, because the FAA, if you go back in time 10 years, 20 years, they've been crying this whole time and worried that at this point in time, there would be too few trained pilots to run aviation and aerospace. It's been a huge concern that right now that we would, going into now, we would not have enough qualified people. And this is the solution that they needed. And now people want to do air taxi in between inner city flying. So this is the answer to their prayer. And as you saw with the F-35, it still wasn't, of course it's going to have all of its weapons and classified military stuff on it. But other than that, the basic flight controls, not much different. I love it. Can we fly with the doors open? Nope. I don't know why they'd put this little... I suppose you got a little screen or something there. So, yes. Going back to my first cross country is wanting to go to Las Vegas as soon as I learned how to do cross country. I thought about, could I fly my friends and family? And that's what everybody asks me now. They know I do so much flight simulation stuff. One, would you fly for real? And I say, no, maybe not. And two, because of all the mistakes I make, I'm terrified. The idea of taking somebody else up with me and being responsible for somebody else's life in anything but something like this, I don't want to do it. I don't even want to think about it. I could do it 100% and nail it every time in this simulator and be the best. And I don't know that I ever would still want to fly anybody because of it's not the flying, it's not the takeoff, it's the landing. But with something like this, yeah, I'd be completely confident now doing flight plans, doing whatever I need to do to fly me and my cousins and family or anybody. I just wish my dad would have been around to see this stuff. Oh, I think he would have lost his mind. In a good way. I think my dad would... Holy crap, son. Really? Yeah. I really wish you would have been around to see this. Yeah, I'm going to take you over to where the Stargate is. It's kind of an inside joke. Maybe? The television show Stargate. If you've ever seen it. This is where one of the Stargates is at, inside. And it's inside this mountain up ahead. Have you ever seen that television show? I don't know if they've made movie. Yeah, they did. The first Stargate movie. Yeah. I'd have to watch it again. Because I don't recall in the movie if that's where it was. I do know in the TV show. You want my next stream to be about me flying in real life? You mean the next live stream series? Yeah, I can't pick it up and go down there tomorrow and do it. I mean, I could go down there and introduce myself and make it about me going down and introducing myself. So, but I think I'd want to take the tests. But I don't know that I want to do it. Can I just take the tests? Has anybody ever come into the flights to the airport and the flight school and said, I really want to fly. I just want to take the tests. So you don't get a good look at the gates, but this is and the terrain is kind of wonky. Parking lot's all screwed up. But here's NORAD. So just back there where the ribbon is at, pointing to, there's a giant gate, cave entrance that goes back into the mountain there. So yeah, that's NORAD. North America. So what? North American Radar Defense. There was somebody a couple of years ago. It was in the news a couple of years ago. Somebody tried getting into NORAD and saying that he had information for the Stargate team. Swear. I'm sure you can still find that news story on Google somewhere. Yeah. No, I don't think I'd ever be that foolish. I can see this from my door, if I step outside of my house and I look towards the mountain. You can see it better at night. It's lit up pretty good. But yeah, I'm just across town, pretty much almost in a straight line from here. Out where it says City of Colorado Springs Municipal Airport. Yeah, I'm like 5 miles from there. So yeah, I don't think there's anything more simple for you to fly and have fun in your first couple of times than these. And this would allow you to see any of these, the Joby, the Arch, any of these, they would allow you to fly anywhere in the simulator and enjoy yourself. You can participate in the community fly-ins every Friday. That's pretty neat to see, is multiplayer flying. So every Friday at noon, Microsoft has a community fly-in, and they pick some place in the world to fly, and then they hand out the flight plan. They publish it. And so anybody who's available hooks up on Friday noon, and we all fly together, and you can see everybody. So having a giant fleet of aircraft flying around is pretty neat. So if you're around on Friday, I'm going to I don't know what they have planned for this Friday, but I'll be doing it. And that'll be at noon. Oh, I drive up to it. Here's Fort Carson, the military base. I've driven up to it plenty of times. I've pretty much right where I'm looking out there. I've been up into the housing subdivision. There's a golf course right up there. You're awful close to it. But no, I don't want to get shot. That doesn't sound like any fun to me. Yeah, we're already here. Yeah, I live just right here. I'm right over my house, pretty much. Right over the neighborhood. I can try doing the Naruto run, right? With your arms stretched out behind you like at Area 51. And try to break in that way. No, thank you. Pardon me. No, that's not the kind of adventure this Jedi's looking for. No way. But yeah, this is, to me, this is flying. The gentleman that you were talking to in the chat room earlier, because he's a real world glider pilot and he's learning to fly for real. When I fly this thing, he gets sad. He tells me this isn't real flying. And I have to disagree. To me, this is big pimpin'. This is flying. This is Star Wars, man. Star Trek, Star Wars. Well, you know, my luck, I would end up dialing the Stargate and end up on Hoth or something, you know, one of those frozen planets. I'd make it about 2 seconds. I'd be like, oh, I teleported, and now I'm frozen to death. It wouldn't be something cool like, you know, planet of hot stewardesses. That's not my luck. Looks like we might have I hope we get some rain from this today. That'd be great. Comes over these clouds keep pushing down. That'd be great if we could get a little moisture tonight. That'd be great. Well, Max, I need to get going. It is that time where I have all of my other dad house duties to do at this time of night. But I try to be here every day, Monday through Thursday at 1, and on Fridays at noon for the fly-in thing. And then sometimes I'm around at night when I'm trying to do airliner practice. But right now, I've been playing SimCity again. It's a long story having to do with the Sims and where EA and Maxis are going with that and blah, 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 blah. But I've been doing that in the evening and playing other games. But every day, Monday through Thursday, 1 p.m., pretty much here. So, yeah, wasn't expecting you to stick around that long either. But if you end up getting into it or want to come back and just hang out, cool, please do. And if you ever have any questions whatsoever, I'm here. So happy to help. There are so many great live streamers on YouTube that are the pilots. So many dang good pilots. And yeah, so you have a great afternoon, and I'm subscribed to you, so in case you get anything published, I'll be checking it out. So hopefully I'll see you again, Max. And everybody else who is lurking in the background, you have a great day. Hope you have a great night. Happy flying, and see you tomorrow. Okay, great. Take care. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat man. And that's the way it happened. Those darn radioactive birds. Yeah, so much for my Medevac missions today. Complete fail. How humiliating.